local functions. All right, good morning, everybody. Sorry for the slightly delayed start here. Let's get after it. Should be an exciting day. So we get CPI just come out about 15 minutes ago. Just refresh this here just a little bit. So year over year, pretty punchy, but slowed down here just a little bit. So we are getting a little bit of some mixed signals here in the CPI data. That's fine, right? That's okay. We are getting a little bit of a gap down here this AM. Maybe that's applying a little bit of pressure on markets, but we're not going to get too attached to this, especially in the short term. So if we can get that sort of trend continuation, hopefully we have something in play. Good morning, Matthew. Good morning, Alex. And so let's kind of get over it and go over it here a little bit this AM. Definitely have a bearish bias. We kind of have to, right, just across the board, without necessarily seeing a ton of relative strength yesterday, right? Yesterday was kind of a challenging day, kind of a choppy, frustrating session. And so we're hoping that we can get an opportunity to kind of get some either trend continuation or a trend reversal that makes our job just a lot easier here in general. We're looking now today for a breakdown under this 394 area. So let's start mapping this thing out. So not exactly the strongest looking candle, right? Not exactly the strongest looking volume. And then we are getting a gap down. So we're getting kind of a 1 for 3 here this AM. So we'll call it red hammer, right? Not great. Plus decreasing outlier vol, right? Plus gap down. So we'll call this a 1 out of 3 on the market's momentum checklist. To the downside, right, we're looking for a breakdown under this 394.60. And from there, we have this expectation that we move towards that 393. Right, 392.20, 389, 387 areas. Right, under that 394.60, just double check these levels. Right, and we kind of have, okay, here's that 393.20, right, 393 area, fine. 390.20, okay, fine. 389 we got here, fine, and then 387. So it looks okay. Relatively happy with those levels that they're at least realistic for us. So if we get this thing to break down, should be in play today. Just double check this 394.60. And so it should be looking okay. But again, right, a 1 for 3. So it's hard to get too attached to this. Hard to look at this as being like a huge momentum, right, to the downside. So we still need to be a little bit cautious here this AM. All right, QQQ, high volume inside bar, right? Increasing volume basically tells us indecision, right? So high volume indecision is the worst decision. And now we're sort of gapping down. So we're still looking for that inside bar breakdown. So we're going to go inside bar plus increasing outlier vol plus gap down. So maybe a little bit more of a 3 for 3, right? Where inside bar doesn't really particularly invalidate yesterday's price action, was this Monday's price action, but it's not exactly a huge sign of strength, right? If bears were actually super strong and, the volume tells us that they were, because red volume, red candle, why weren't we able to make a lower low, right? That's sort of the question we have to ask ourselves here today on this QQQ. So if this thing can still, right, break down under that 295.50, we're looking for a move towards that, 290 area. Not much is changing from yesterday's levels, right? Still kind of have that box that we're finding our support in. So we're not going to get too attached to these moves, right? There's just not too much to say here besides, okay, inside bar breakdown. If this thing can break, if it can give us that follow through, you can give us that pop, should certainly look like we could be interested. Treasuries are climbing this AM, right, which generally puts a lot of pressure on tech. So now we're sitting at, 3.039 on the 10-year yield, and VIX is climbing to 34-ish. So certainly do have that pressure here, but would like to see this thing now break down under that 295.50. Okay, Apple, little bit of a doji here, right? That's fine. Red doji, increasing outlier volume, and we have some levels to the downside, so we can change some things up. So red doji plus outlier decreasing volume, plus gap down. Okay, again, right, bull case not really in play for us at the moment. We're going to get breakouts. We're going to look for reversals. We're going to be using Bollinger Bands. Same narrative like we deal with all the time. So now we've got an expectation, right, under this 151.40 area, right, yesterday's levels. We didn't make lower lows, so we're pretty confident that those are still in play, right? Now we just want to make sure that we're not missing something sort of maybe in between. So 151.40, okay, 152 seems to be like some possible potential resistance. But more or less feels like there's a little bit of a shelf here at that 152.70 area. So we kind of have a little bit of a zone here. We find a couple spots where it bounces off of and maybe sort of sells down through. So 152.70. Right, we got a little bit stuck at that 152, so we're going to respect that level as well. Right, which is kind of this February 24th low. And then if we can break down under them, we can start to go towards that 151.40. So that looks okay, right? Mapped out towards that 148. So we got plenty of space down if we lose that 150. So certainly could be in play. Again, maybe not the strongest candle combo here. Excuse me. Maybe not the strongest volume candle combo, right? Not maybe telling us that perfect narrative here this AM, but if it can behave, right, if it can shape up, if it can give us just a little bit of juice, then we certainly do have some opportunities. Yeah, I don't think there's too much else to say here either, right? It's kind of price action here yesterday. Okay, can kind of look at this as like a bit of a pullback, right? Bears are trying to catch their breath and waiting for that news narrative. News narrative came out, inflation worse than expected in the short term, and so could be still sort of that room down for continuation. All right, Tesla. We know Tesla moves $10 at a time here, so that's our starting point. But again, right, kind of a hammer candle, not the greatest volume, and then a little bit of a gap down. So we're sort of getting a 1 for 3 here, right? So red hammer plus decreasing outlier vol, plus gap down, so 1 out of 3, right? So it just makes it relatively hard for us to expect easy trending action here today. We're at that 773.50 here, previous lows. So we're just going to round this down to 770. As we know, that's where resistance has stepped in the past, or we expect it to step in sort of every $10. And we got 761. Okay, looks pretty good, right? So no complaints there. 761, 755. And then we have quite a bit of a flush here under that 750 towards that maybe 740 area, then 730. So it looks okay. $30 room mapped out. It's plenty of space. Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, Callum. Good morning, Trevor. Good morning, Jay. So it certainly looks like there's a little bit of possible juice here. But again, right, not perfect, not showing us everything that we want to kind of chase after, right? If this thing can kind of go, if this thing can kind of give us that continued follow through, we should have something in play here. But again, right, just a little bit of a compromise. Again, right, just a little bit of a compromise. And that's the same narrative here in Microsoft. We don't need to change any of our levels. Nothing has changed here. We didn't make lower lows, so we can just kind of look at these and being okay. Because of where we're gapping down, probably not enough space to sort of chase this thing down. I'm not going to chase something for 50 cents. So if this thing can kind of give us some follow through here to the downside, we're still looking for that trend continuation here. So not having that full body bearish, this is still kind of more looking like a red hammer. Hey, good morning, Jesus. So kind of looks like a red hammer. Plus outlier decreasing vol. Plus gap down. Okay, so no levels are changing here, right? We don't need to make any changes. Everything looks sort of reasonable or realistic. this thing can break down under that 263.11, certainly looks like there could be something in play here. But again, right, just hate that it's compromised. So 1 out of 3, right? Everything's just a little bit, excuse me, everything's just a little bit compromised here this AM. And just makes me, just slows me down here just a little bit. All right, AMD. Okay, decreasing volume, outlier, hammer, inside bar. Kind of like this. This has got some potential here. Okay, so 85 bucks, under 85 bucks, we go towards that 84. That looks okay. Bull case not really in play here. So we're going to map this out again, right? Inside bar. Plus decreasing outlier vol. Plus gap down. Sweet. Wow, why am I yawning so much? Apologies. So our levels here are far out to the left, right? Kind of that July 2021. We can break down under there, right? $84, 82, 83, right? We kind of move $1 at a time. So hopefully we can get some nice follow through here again, but we're still getting just a little bit of a compromise. Maybe call this more of like 1.5 out of 3. So maybe a little bit stronger compared to some of these other names, but not by a ton. NVDA, interesting here. High volume, right? Big volume indecision. We've talked about high volume indecision is the worst decision. Certainly seems like that's kind of the case here. But inside bar, right? Didn't make higher highs, didn't make lower lows. So still very much a fight here this AM. So go high vol. We're going to go doji inside bar. I just want to mark that's a doji. Plus high vol indecision. I'm going to call it. Can't spell. Plus gap down. Okay, no real easy bull case for us. Again, if we get that bullish narrative, we're going to be looking at Bollinger Bands. They're going to be our friend. And because it's an inside bar, right, we don't need to change too many of these looks or too many of these setups. It's just nothing there that's new or different or unique, right? So for now, or at least in the short term, right, there's nothing else to change here under that 168. Same narrative like on AMD. We kind of have that resistance from sort of the summer 2021, and that's sort of where we're finding our level. So if we can lose that shelf, right, we kind of have that 166 area, and then we've got a real clean path down towards that 160 zone. So could be in play, but again, right, need to be just a little bit cautious with this thing. Is that high volume indecision is the worst decision where both sides are still fighting, and we don't know who's going to be sort of the winner. So we'll figure it out. But it definitely should be an opportunity or two here. So we'll see how this thing shapes up. And then last but not least, Facebook. Okay, Facebook at least giving us the courtesy of decreasing volume. Right, so at least it's indecisive, but indecisive on thin vol, right? So we can look at this as a sort of low vol pullback or something along those lines. If this thing can break down, then, we're probably looking for a move under this 194. Okay, so fine, right? We go red doji plus decreasing vol, right? Plus gap down. So that's fine, right? It looks a little bit better maybe than some of those other names, where at least we don't have the indication that bulls are still really fighting for control here. Now we're looking for a breakdown under 194, right? That seems to be where yesterday's low was. And then we seem to move towards that 193, 191, 198. We'll just double check those levels here in a sec. Oops. So it looks okay, right? We got 193 here. That's fine. Then we got 190. Fine. So we look okay, right? Maybe under that 190, we get a little bit more of a sell-off. We go 190, 130. Fine. So it looks okay. I think we didn't miss out on anything too much or anything looks too inconsistent. No complaints here from me. So not too much has changed in our pre-market prep here after that CPI. We are getting a little bit of a gap down, but we're seeing sort of a lot of mixed narratives or a lot of challenging narratives here pre-market, where we're not necessarily seeing that correct momentum. We're not seeing necessarily that trend continuation. Now, news narrative like this, right, could certainly make that just a little bit easier for us and kind of give us that, how do I call it, like best opportunity for that sort of downside continuation, right? Nervous Nelly market, plus sort of a lot of the previous sell-offs, maybe tomorrow or yesterday, right, sort of expected that we had sort of that indecision as people are positioning themselves for today's news event. So now that we have that event, right, we know which side it's more of a bias to. And so maybe that's going to be a bit more of a bearish bias than anything else here this AM. We'll take a look, guys, right? We'll keep an eye on things. We'll keep an eye on how things want to behave. But probably requires us to be a lot of patience and requires us to be very patient here, this morning. And yeah, I just don't feel like there should be a rush for us to try to trade into something, right? We still have an extremely elevated VIX at 34, so contracts are going to be wildly expensive. And so we might not even get paid on moves when they want to go. And so that's going to require me to just sort of, I don't want to say sit on hands here today because that's not the expectation. The expectation is there is going to be some volatility, but just to not be in a rush, to not feel like I have to force something, to not feel like, yeah, I have to overtrade here today. 1 or 2 opportunities, right, is going to be good. If we start finding 10 or 12 opportunities, we've probably lost our head somewhere along the line. So more about being cautious here today, more about being patient, more about looking at this market and respecting sort of the warning signs that it's giving us. And then also understanding that, hey, this is not a trending market. And so it's very hard for us to get that continuing trending action. And so let's not assume anything until we sort of get that proven otherwise. So that's it, right? Not too much else to say here in this pre-market prep. If you guys have any chart requests or anything that you're looking at here on DTR Wednesday, please pop it in the chat and we'll go over it and we can kind of do a little pre-market plan for it as well. But otherwise, I'm going to go make myself a quick cup of coffee and sort of spend 10 minutes sort of getting my head in the right place. So I'm going to visualize a successful trading day, going to visualize good risk management, going to visualize not being greedy, going to visualize sort of making sure I'm doing all the right things in my trading. And then we'll kind of get back to it here and do a quick little pre-market rundown before the session starts. So please use the chat, guys, for any questions. Pop your requests in there, and we'll go over it when I get back in about 10 minutes or so. All right, everybody, good morning. Welcome back. I'm just going to do a quick little rundown here before the session starts, right? Excuse me. Coffee's going down the wrong pipe today. CPI came out this morning, right? A little bit hotter than expected, but slowing down year over year. So a little bit of a mixed narrative, but we are gapping down and we are seeing some pressure step in here pre-market. Maybe that's now bounced back just a little bit as the market is digesting that news, but still more bearish bias than bullish bias here this AM as we're looking for sort of that trend continuation. Now, everything across the board, all of our setups, all of our candles, all of our sort of technical analysis is telling us that things are just a little bit of a compromise here this AM. We don't have anything that screams out perfect. We don't have anything that is looking like it's correct or looking like it's spot on here yet. And so we need to be a little bit patient, right? Waiting for that trend to reestablish itself before I really want to go out hunting for some of these moves. Doesn't mean we won't get it, right? Yesterday's price action, maybe we can kind of look at that indecision that we saw yesterday, right, as sort of an expected outcome where people are positioning themselves for that sort of news event that we had this morning, right, for CPI. And when people are positioning themselves or when people are sort of trying to figure out, what that sort of news narrative is going to be, we're expecting a little bit of a fight in the market. And so I don't know if that's necessarily the case. I don't know if that's necessarily what happened. But if, say, we ignored yesterday's price action and then look at today's news narrative, right, we definitely have a more bearish than bullish bias. And so nothing there yesterday invalidated our bear case, right? Nothing there that said, okay, bulls are fully back in control or we need to be extremely bullish. And then that news narrative here today, it kind of confirms that it's maybe more short-term bearish than it is bullish, right? The year over year looks good, but everything else kind of looks like shit. So when we get that sort of 2 out of 3, right, we're looking for pullbacks and sort of trend continuation. This morning, if we look at today's price action, we're looking at a lot of 1 out of 3. So what does that mean? Right, on the market conditions checklist, we're getting a combination of weak candle, right, or relatively strong to the downside, increasing outlier volume, and then gap up or gap down that supports that narrative. We're not really getting too many of those. Now this gap is even fading even more. And so that could be 0 for 3, right? Where we then start to be maybe more convinced in some reversals. But bearish bias definitely steps in here under that 394.60. We're going to have space down towards sort of that 390 area. Realistically, right, if we open around here, my bias is going to be to use Bollinger Bands here again today. If we stick sort of range bound or we stick sort of within this sort of chop zone, then Bollinger Bands are going to be my friend. And they're going to kind of let me know where those relative areas of support and resistance are. But a little bit of a pullback here, surprisingly, now after yesterday's news event. Sorry, I keep saying this morning's news event. And so that just slows me down just a little bit more here. QQQ, right? Similar narrative, but a slightly maybe easier narrative to the downside where we didn't make a higher high, didn't make a higher low yesterday. So we have that inside bar candle. Inside bar plus increasing outlier volume plus gap down, is a little bit stronger than what the SPY is giving us. Now, what I don't like is inside bars on increasing volume, because if bears were actually so strong, right, or bulls were so strong, or one side was so strong, right, and volume is telling us that this was a strong volume day, why weren't they able to make a lower low, right? Why weren't they able to make a higher high? So it's kind of like bravado strength or fake strength, where it's not really like that convincing to me. And so I want to be a little bit cautious that this narrative isn't just telling us that it's a little bit of a trap, right? That's sort of what it means to me. It doesn't mean we can't get that breakdown. Doesn't mean we can't get that follow through. Doesn't mean any of those sort of things. Just means that we need to be just a little bit cautious here this AM and wait for that right volume profile to step in on a breakdown under that 295.50. Again, this could be more of a convenient setup or better looking setup for Bollinger Bands as we stuck within sort of pseudo range bound conditions. Bollinger Bands will be our friend and sort of tell us a reasonable expectation of where we want to be. But in the short term, I want to be a little bit cautious here and just not rush into this, especially if price action or yesterday's price action isn't convincing me that there's a clean narrative. Apple, maybe the best looking of these names. Again, I said this yesterday. We're trying to pick maybe what's the better metaphor? We're trying to pick like which ugly sister to kiss, right? Where none of them are looking like true beauties here for us this AM, and they all got pretty nasty morning breath. And so we're trying to figure out which one's best. Apple certainly looks like it's maybe a bit more of a kind of a low vol pullback here, where bulls tried to reclaim control, failed to do so, and then sellers kind of stepped back in and defended. Now we've got that gap down, so we can break down under that 152.70. We might have a little bit of space down towards that sort of 152 and then 151.40 areas, but still just want to be a little bit cautious here. As we're just getting that same, just catch your breath kind of setup right across the board. I don't like how much things are pulling back here a little bit, right? I don't like to see that sort of late strength in the pre-market time period. I shouldn't say strength, pre-market momentum from bulls here. It makes it harder for us to get that sort of setup in either direction. So maybe this will be more of a Bollinger Band play than anything else. But if we can get that sort of move, if we can get this thing to break down, it certainly starts to get pretty interesting for me. But again, right, probably going to rely on Bollinger Bands here today. Tesla, red hammer, decreasing outlier volume, and then gap down. This gap down is not nearly as much as it was 20 minutes ago or even 10 minutes ago. So now this 770 breakdown may be looking far less convincing. If we can break down under there, then yeah, we have a chance to run this thing down about $10 at a time with a little bit of a halfway house stop at that 755. But there's a little bit of potential here. Again, though, right, same narrative across the board. We're seeing that sort of late bullish momentum step in here just a little bit on some of these names. And that just slows me down here just a tad as things get closer towards market open. Microsoft, right, very similar narrative here to that Apple, where bulls tried to reclaim control there yesterday, failed to do so with that higher high, and then we were able to sort of close under previous open. Not the best, right? It's still not the best looking setup with the red hammer outlier, but decreasing volume and then gap down, right? We're still sort of getting that 1 out of 3 this AM, and that gap has gotten a lot smaller than it was 15 minutes ago. So I want to be a little bit cautious here as we await for this thing to break down, but looking for this thing to give us those lower lows under that sort of 263 area before I chase this on a breakdown. Otherwise, right, Bollinger Bands are going to be my friend here, and hopefully I can get a clean setup in either direction. That gives me just a little bit of a pop to kind of trade. So I don't want to force things. I don't want to rush things. But again, right, just it's kind of demanding caution from me here today. AMD, right, inside bar here on decreasing volume. That's better, right? It's better than the QQQ setup at the very least. So maybe this would be more of my sort of speed here today. Inside bar breakout, maybe we could look for a move above that 91 area as well as that sort of 85 zone. But again, right, Bollinger Bands are probably going to be our friend here, especially as we're sort of opening up in the middle of yesterday's range. So more of a kind of sit and watch, see where the levels want to step up, see where that sort of relative momentum is, and then, we'll see what we can kind of catch from there. But I don't want to force things. I don't want to overtrade. I don't want to rush into this. And again, so it's more, hey, I describe it as like a 1.5 out of 3, where, okay, that candle's a little bit weaker than we'd like to see, but at least that volume is the right profile for an inside bar, or at least a stronger profile on an inside bar. And so it's a little bit easier, a little bit more relative, a little bit more, I should say, like convincing, right? Apologies for the yawns, so we can get that sort of downside trend continuation. And then NVDA, right? Doji inside bar, high volume indecision is the worst decision, right? High volume doji, kind of like that QQQ, and then gap down. Now the gap down is not as big as it was, again, 15 minutes ago. Same narrative, right? I feel like I'm keep repeating myself on all these moves. So certainly feels like there's hopefully some potential here. But again, right, more of this, maybe, hey, good morning, Vivian. More of one of those things where as we watch AMD, as we watch NVIDIA, We can kind of just pick whichever one is showing us the most relative strength here pre-market, or sorry, after market opens. Pre-market, AMD is showing us that best looking setup, right? But I say that kind of tongue-in-cheek. So again, right, Bollinger Band's probably going to be my friend here. And then if they're strong, if they're good, well, we'll have a chance. But I'm not here to force things. I'm not here to rush it. And then last but not least here is that Facebook. Kind of an indecisive candle, but it's at least low volume indecision. So decreasing volume, not outlier. Red doji plus gap down, right? Maybe tells us a bit more that bears are in control, or at least that bulls aren't fighting this move. So if we can get that breakdown under that 194, certainly seems like it's got a little bit of space towards that 193, 191, 190 areas. But again, right, want to be a little bit cautious here this AM. Favorite setups this morning going into market open is going to be Facebook and AMD. I'd call them top of my watch list. But we'll see how they want to behave. We'll see where that volume steps in. We'll see how the market reacts at open, right? Yeah, it did. Yeah, it came in just a little bit above estimates. But year over year, lower. Core CPI year over year, a little bit lower. But then CPI and then CPI year over year, just a little bit higher than expected. So 2 out of 3 essentially on the prints here, Jesus. So we'll see how that shapes up. But hopefully we can get a little bit of momentum here this AM. Hopefully we can get a clean looking setup or two, and then we can have a really, really strong day. For those of you who are guests, thank you so much for checking us out on DTR Wednesday. Let's have ourselves a really fun session. My number one priority here is risk management and trading psychology. Nothing works all the time. Everything works some of the time. So we need to make sure that we have basically are managing our expectations and managing our accounts so that if we do lose or if something does happen, we can still trade again tomorrow. Now, I'll talk to you guys about how I size my positions and how I come up with the numbers on how I kind of play things out. But we need to be calculating what our stop loss is using the delta and the stop loss on the underlying for all our plays. Stop loss of less than 10% will be a full size play. 15% stop loss will be a 2/3 of my full size. And then 20% will be a half size play. As long as you target 2-to-1 risk reward or better, you still get paid on high or small position sizing. So we just got to make sure that we always just focus on keeping trading a very simple numbers game. If we're able to do that, then anyone we can, if we do that, then anyone can become a winning trader. It just becomes a question of the risk reward you target. But if your losses become inconsistent, if they become bigger than your wins, if they continually kind of cost you way too much money, you're going to really struggle to find that sort of consistency as a trader. So strategy is a little bit overrated, or it doesn't really matter that much if your risk reward and your risk management is excellent. And so that's what we try to focus on here today. So let's see how we kind of shape up. Let's see where that momentum steps up. Let's see where that volume steps in here this AM. And we're certainly just going to wait for our perfect A+ setups before we look for any sort of moves. So appreciate you guys all joining. If you guys could all like, subscribe to the channel. The more people that view, the better. That would be awesome. But not going to put not too much of a sales pitch here. Trader first, everything else second. So let's have ourselves a really fun session. If you have any questions, please use the YouTube chat. I will see them there and then answer it as soon as I see it. And so let's see how this sort of day shapes up. So Apple's breaking down right away. We're not going to be chasing this off this opening bell. Want to wait for this just a little bit, right? See where that volume steps in. See if we can get this thing to give us that right momentum, get that correct looking pullback, and then we can chase after it. Realistically, right, not going to get an entry off that opening 5 min. We're going to need to see that correct pullback and that correct price action before I want to jump in, right? We're trying to avoid these little fake outs here, and looks like we're seeing a little bit of that bullish momentum off this opening bell. So we're just going to watch it out, right? If we get that bull case stepping in, no worries. We'll use Bollinger Bands. We'll have a setup or two eventually. We just need to be really patient and wait for things to kind of come together. We don't need to be first. We just need to be correct. So if that means we have to sit on hands until 11 o'clock or 2 o'clock or 3:30, that's fine, right? It's not about overtrading. It's about putting ourselves in the best situation possible to make the best decision possible. Remember, guys, as traders, we don't get paid for our time. We get paid for our decisions. So let's make sure we're putting ourselves in a situation where we're making as strong of a decision as possible. So that's it. I don't have too much else to say here pre-market. We're going to wait to see how this volume profile shape up, and then we're going to go from there. That was scary on the SPY. It's got to be a bit of a misprint. That was pure chaos. I don't like the divergence between Tesla and the indexes, right? Which one's going to be correct, right? Which one's going to drag the other? So we'll see. Same thing with NVIDIA and AMD. AMD showing us good strength, or at least it was. NVIDIA showing us relative weakness here to the downside. Good volume paces across the board here so far. Nice to see that increasing outlier volume, but let's see where that momentum steps in. See how these candles close. Little bit of indecision, maybe a few traps in either direction here so far. So I want to be a little bit patient. Don't like this on the SPY. That scares me just a little bit. So now QQQ, right? Keeping on those Bollinger Bands. It certainly seems like Tesla is the one pulling things down versus markets pulling it up. So maybe that's showing us that relative strength compared to some of its peers. Little BB breakdown, right? We'd have space towards that 770. We want to see this thing pull back, see bulls try to reclaim control, and then when they do, right, or fail to do so, have a good look. What we got here on this open is that most bearish looking candle on that increasing outlier volume. So we saw really strong bears with really strong volume, right? That's fantastic. That's exactly what we want to see, right? It's a really strong setup. So now what we want to see on our confirmation is the opposite of this, right? We want to see weak bulls try to reclaim control, fail in their attempt to do so, and then we're going to have confidence that there's an easy leg down. So weak bulls look like these last two candles here, right? This neutral bullish, the least bullish candle on thin volume, right? So we want to see something that's sort of less than average, or at the very least, right, less than previous bar. So we'll keep an eye on that, right? We're still a few minutes away from anything setting up. But yeah, maybe have a few looks or two here in a couple minutes. Right, if Tesla wants to run without us, that's fine, guys, right? We're not going to chase this. We need to see those weak bulls try to reclaim control before we're happy to go after it. Remember, we don't need to try to squeeze the most out of the toothpaste. We don't need to like roll it up and try to get everything out of it. we just got to try to squeeze the middle, and we can let someone else deal with the sort of bits and pieces at the end, right? Catching tops, catching bottoms, catching all of the trade. It's mostly an element of luck, right? If you're going to be swinging for trying to catch bottoms, trying to catch tops all the time, you're going to struggle to get that sort of follow through. So still going to be really patient here, right? We're getting some good look here now, some downside follow through across the board. We're just going to wait for those pullbacks, right? We've got a couple things that are starting to trigger. We're trying to get a few alerts off, but nothing too aggressive here yet. So we still want to remain just a little bit cautious and a little bit patient while we wait for things to set up. So no rush here yet, right? We're still within exactly what we expected to happen. We're not even 10 minutes into market open, so let's not get too carried away here. We're going to be cautious. We're going to be patient. We're going to wait things out until they're perfect. And then when they are, right, we'll be just fine. All we're trying to do here is get really good risk-reward setups, avoid head fakes, and finish the day green, right? I'd rather finish the day up $1 than have 3 trades and be down $1,000, right? So that's what we're trying to do here. We're just trying to be green. We're just trying to find that right perfect setup. And still a little bit of a nervy market, still a little bit of a choppy session. And so I don't want to overtrade. I don't want to force myself into something. I don't want to rush into something just because there's a bunch of people watching, right? That's not the way I do things. So we're going to focus on just waiting for our A+ setup. We know what we're looking for. We're waiting for those pullbacks that now look like one of these 2 candles. When we get those setup triggers, right, we're going to have a really clean opportunity to then take advantage of it. But in the short term, right, if we have to sit on hands, if we have to be really cautious and we have to be really patient, I don't care. I'd rather do that than to be super entertaining. So hopefully you guys understand. We're going to do I'm going to do what I think is best for myself and my trading account. And I'll be very transparent about what that is throughout this entire day. But we're not just going to rush into something just for the sake of trading. So not looking great here so far, right? Not now getting that downside follow through that we're looking for. Probably a little bit too much volume on these pullbacks either. So again, we're still going to be very patient here. Maybe something like this Tesla hasn't made that higher high here, but halfway through this candle bar, we're already above average right on this volume profile. So it might just require us to be a little bit patient here and wait for this market to settle down a little bit before we chase after anything. Oh, you missed 3,000, 1,000% winners here, Trevor. Sorry, man. Apologies. No, you haven't missed anything. It's been a relatively choppy start to this morning here. Not getting the follow through that we're looking for on our plays. So we're just sitting on hands here still in the short term. It's not really a name I trade here too often, but it is part of the secondary watch list, I guess. I tend to trade the same sort of 7 to 8 tickers day in, day out. It's hard for me to get too attached to a new ticker or a new idea if I can't get the option volume that I'm looking for, and I don't stock it very often, right? So you build consistency from being consistent in your process, at least in my opinion. And so that means making your watch list tight, being consistent in what you demand from yourself in sort of option volume, spread, whole 9 yards. And so that's sort of why I don't focus on RBLX. It can sometimes be like a hot meme stock and flavor of the month type thing, but there's usually better plays out there for me than that. SPY looks kind of interesting here. If it can kind of give us that pullback, that correct looking pullback, there might be an opportunity to kind of run this thing up towards that sort of 403 area. Not sure if I'm super, I don't necessarily know where the stop loss would be here yet. Might have to be a percentage, which isn't always the best. I'd rather be able to trade the chart than trade my P&L to a certain extent. But we'll see, right? Pretty big reversal candle there across the board on pretty decent volume. And so I like that on the SPY. We got 2 back-to-back candles, right? Nice little green candle, then increasing outlier vol. So maybe bulls are in control here a little bit. Early selling pressure wasn't able to sustain, and then it could break. Yeah, same thing. It's going green to red to green, right? And so we're seeing we can balance out or base out of this inside bar range. At the very least, I need to see AMD kind of clear that $91 area. And then maybe it's a little bit interesting. But short term, not really too much there. Similar on the SPY though, right? Nice little increasing outlier volume. And then maybe even a little bit stronger on that 5-min bounces on the AMD. You have the highest volume bar of the day there so far. So we're still waiting for those pullbacks though, right? In either direction. If we get a red to green reversal and then that pullback, right, that's pretty strong too. But we still want to see one side try to reclaim control, right, instead of ripping back control. We want to see one side attempt to reclaim control and fail instead of them like completely just blowing through, right? Because this is frustrating price action for us if you're a bear, right? And then we've got no information that then tells us the opposite won't happen here to the downside, right? So we need to see weak bears try to reclaim, recapture attention, do whatever you want to call it, and then we'll have an opportunity to get a clean trade, right? We're just trying to find that easy move. We're not trying to find necessarily the first one. We're not necessarily trying to find the only one. We're trying to find the easiest, highest probability setup. And so that might take a little bit of time here for us this AM, right? Maybe we won't get a look in the first 30 minutes. Maybe we won't get a look in the first hour, but would rather be patient and cautious and be correct than be first and you know, squeeze out a few extra dollars, right? So still waiting for those pullbacks. If we can get them, then we should have an opportunity, but just being a little bit cautious here still. Oh, I hate when trading view gets slow. Kind of starting to feel a little bit like yesterday's open. Just a little bit, right? Initial morning sell, pop, and then fade, potentially. Kind of feeling a little bit like that. All right, initial sell, pop, fade. Bigger pop, though, right? Much bigger pop. Still waiting for that pullback, though, guys, right? I'm not chasing this until I see weak bulls or weak bears try to reclaim control, fail in their attempt, and then I can have an opportunity. No trades here yet, Alex. No trades here yet. We're still waiting for that right little pullback. Fuck, why is it so slow? Why is my volume not loading? None of these so far have looked like the right pullback candle, right? We're looking for something that's neutral bearish to least bearish. We're looking a bit more second most bearish to most bearish on a lot of these names, right? Second most bearish on really strong volume here. Not increasing, but still really strong. So we want to see it be a little bit weaker here, right? Well above outlier, full body candle. Hard to look at this and say, yeah, that's weak bears, right? Trying to reclaim control. So not much yet in play here, unfortunately, as you creep up towards first 30-min close. So maybe we'll have an opportunity here still, right? If we get a nice looking candle, but we're trying to avoid this kind of head fake, right? Want to be really, really, really cautious. Remember, guys, right? Our pre-market look today wasn't telling us that there was really a trending market, right? We're getting 1 out of 3s across the board if we were lucky. And so lack of a trending market, right? It's hard for us to expect that there's an easy trend for us to trade, right? So 1 out of 3 on the market conditions checklist is, it says avoid trading, right? And so this is not a day where the pre-market conditions were telling us that we're going to necessarily get a ton of action. And so we need to respect that and not ignore our pre-market prep, right? If something sets up, right, we'll have an opportunity to chase after it. We'll be smart and we'll be intelligent about it. But we just need to be cautious and have the right expectations that, hey, this isn't a trending market. And if we can't find a trend, it's really hard for us to then be able to assume that one is going to start all of a sudden and that we're going to front run it, right? It's easier to have that trend continuation and follow the line, right, instead of trying to be the one that starts it. Now we're getting a couple looks here, right? SPY possibly giving us that, relatively low hammer pullback, right? Low volume hammer pullback that we're looking for. Apple as well, right? Could be kind of giving us a potential look here. SPY is better to me than Apple because at least we have that sort of green candle here, doji versus a sell-off candle, right, at the top of that range. So maybe a little bit stronger relative towards that or compared. But SPY's got a big ways to climb here if it can load. We're getting 2 to 1 to even to the top. That's pretty interesting. I don't. I do keep an eye on it, George, but I don't personally trade it. Yeah, good morning to you too, man. I pretty much just stick to the same 7-8 tickers. And I just use the other stuff as kind of a way of judging relative strength or relative momentum. Like, it's hard to put too much stock, even though VIX is selling off here and it's now, call it 31.8. It's still an extremely elevated VIX, right? And so, yeah, maybe that's helping this sort of short-term narrative here a little bit, but a little bit still nervy, right? Still a very scary kind of market, still making contracts very expensive. So it's not exactly easy, right? It's not exactly an easy environment for us to deal with still. Okay, so there's Apple at those lows. I'm more interested in SPY here personally. So how do we calculate our position sizing here, right? Stop loss is 80 cents. The contract on these the delta on these contracts is 25 cents, we'll call it. So 0.8 times spot 2.5, 0.2 divided by approximately, call it $2.20 on those contracts. So 0.2 divided by 2.20 equals a stop loss of approximately 10%. So if we have a stop loss of approximately 10% and we go to our risk management cheat sheet, that means I'm okay going full size position here if this thing gives us a touch. Everything but SPY gave us the entry. Funny how that works. All right, so here's the entry zone, right? Anything inside this 80-cent box, right? I'll be interested in an entry in. If we make lower lows, right, we get that thing to break down and catch my breath. Yeah, Wheatley. I trade the same 7 to 8 tickers day in, day out. So I trade SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, AMD, NVDA, Facebook, and then every now and then like a BA or an Amazon or something like that. But the reason I trade those names is because I've got option requirements. So I need spreads to be about 2% or less, and then 2K volume or more. And so I don't consistently get that anywhere else. And so it's just it sucks to be watching something, see it set up perfectly the way you want, and then not give you the execution requirements so you can get a confident fill. So still watching, guys, on this old SPYDA. We know exactly what we're looking for here for an entry, right? I'm not willing to compromise. If it runs without us or if it doesn't go without us, fine. So be it. Sucks. Shitty luck. But every time we compromise, we cheat ourselves of future gains. We know exactly what we're looking for. We know what our entry target should be. And so we can't cheat ourselves here, please. Oh, shit. Okay, so there's that touch, right? Gonna catch my breath in here, not gonna rush it. Here's the entry zone. It's gonna be a little bit patient, right? A little bit patient. All right, guys, I am in. Average price 186.9. We're gonna give it 10% here. Okay, so far so good. So far so good here. See if this thing can pop up and go green and give me some big follow through. There we go, right? Looking pretty good. So I'm going to take off about 1/5 of my position at this $2. That's going to be my first sort of profit target here. If I can get some off at 1/5 of my position at $2, I'm going to take some off there. There we go. Should be able to lock some in a sec. There we go. And now I'm going to protect entry from here. So stop loss now on my remainder is going to be 188. Stop loss on my remainder, 188. And let's see if this thing can run. Right? So why we wait, we catch our breath here when we at that entry, right? Take a deep breath. Wait for things to pull back, and then we can always get that nice little clean entry. So hopefully a few of you guys are in this as well. Locked in a little bit of profit and protecting entry at this point too. Average price was 186.9. Took some off there at $2. Stop loss now on my remainder is at 188, and I'm out. So tidy little, quick little play. 30 seconds of hold time for like 1K. Not the worst, right? Not the worst environment, but you didn't get that quick follow through, didn't get that quick bounce. It's the way it goes sometimes, but that's why we go lock in profit and entry protection mode, to make sure that we don't give anything away and don't do anything stupid. So maybe we can still get a possible entry here somewhere. But a little bit shaky and fakey there, right, on this old spider. So I'm not going to get too attached to this if it isn't perfect. So we caught that low pretty well, but yeah, it's struggling to give us that follow through that 401 again here all of a sudden. Again, right, something might shape up, something might step up and give us a look. But that was maybe a little bit of a warning sign of that chop, right? A little bit of a warning sign of chop. Happy to be green, right? Really quick mover. But no clean follow through for us there. And so I'm not going to force things, guys, right? Here it goes, right? Here it goes. So it looks like it shook us out, right? Nervy markets make nervy trading. That's the way it goes, right? But that's okay, guys, right? That's okay. That's the way it is, right? Those are these conditions. But hey, little win's a little win. I'll take it, right? We don't need to hit a home run on every single play. And when we get those, really volatile action, when we get that real volatile kind of behavior, right? This is sort of what we expect, right? We're not expecting things to move easily. We're not expecting things to be super calm. So we have to counter that ourselves, right? By being extremely methodical and being extremely disciplined in our trading, right? Because as much as this thing can pump up now towards that 220, it can sell off to that 140 just as easily, right? And so we don't know what it's going to do. We have to stick to our process. So our process was lock in profit at 10% or near 10%, right? $2 was a little bit of a sticky number there on those contracts. So lock in some profit, right? Protected entry and see if we can get that kind of easy follow through. We didn't get it on this play, right? And that's fine. But we locked in a little win. We keep the green streak going, and green is green, like Alex is saying. So not the best result, right? But could have been a lot worse. And we controlled our variables that we could control. And that is ultimately what we should be happy about. Maybe we can get an opportunity here to the downside, looking for that sort of continuation off of that mid-band, right? Mid-band failed breakout. Low vol pullback there, right? Lowest volume bar of the day, have space towards sort of low of day. Something along those lines could possibly be in play. Kind of like that QQQ play yesterday, if you guys remember, right? The one that Rusty caught and we all were super jealous of, right? This entry here, kind of a similar type setup, right? Where you're getting that same looking candle now fading here back down towards sort of lows. But Apple looks maybe the best here of those names, or at least of those looks. So let's map it out here quickly. So we're risking about 40 cents to make $2.20, right? That's pretty good. I like those kind of ratios, right? That's pretty good. 5 to 1. I'll take it. Yeah, I hope you're still smiling, Rusty. That was a great trade. Who wants to calculate the stop loss? About 33 cents. So what's our formula, right? So spot 3.5 times spot 3.1. So 10 spot 8.5 divided by contracts can be about, like, call it $1.35 equals a stop loss of approximately 8%. So 8% stop loss. We're going to round this up to 10%, right? So happy to go full size play here again, right? So it's going to be 153.85 or 10%. Right, and again, same thing. Gonna try to get inside that zone, right? Gonna try to enter in at that zone. We'll just be patient here, right? We'll be patient. We know exactly what we're looking for. We know why we're looking for it. So just be patient. Yeah, they generally tend to, right? They generally tend to. Kind of mixed feelings here about this Apple. Don't know if I like that increasing volume on the inside bar too much. Don't go slow on me now, fuck's sake. If he doesn't want to give us that touch, or he doesn't want to give us that touch, that's okay. So stop loss formula is, what's the stop loss on the underlying, right? Approximately 35 cents. So 0.35 times the delta of the contract, right, which is 0.31 divided by the option price. That gives you the approximate stop loss on the option chain. And then you can use the market conditions, or sorry, risk management cheat sheet to figure it out. Your position sizing from there. Okay, so gonna catch my breath here again, right? Same thing inside this zone. Gonna catch my breath here just a little bit. All right, still not in. See if this thing can pull back, maybe reject off of this midline here a little bit, and then sell off. Just don't necessarily like the reaction here from the indexes, right? That's what's just slowing me down just a little bit on this. So I want to see these maybe reject at the highs. Yeah, I haven't jumped in here yet, Trevor. So just waiting it out just a second. All right, guys, I'm in now. 106 average price, 106 average price. I'm going to go 10% stop here. Okay, looking good here so far on Apple, right? Looking pretty good here. Gonna take some off. 115 is gonna be my first profit target. 115. If we can get there, hopefully we can. There we go, guys. Locked in some profit. Now, stop loss on my remainder is going to be 111. 111 stop loss here. 111 stop loss. And let's see if this thing can keep going down. Might be another quick one, though. But we're in good shape. All right, still in for now. Still in. All right, guys, I got stopped out at 111. So another quick little scalp, right? Another quick little scalp. Not the end of the world, but stacking them up here a little bit, right? Two quick little plays. Not getting that easy follow through here yet, but I'll take it, right? Up 0.5% on the day. Having to work for our money a little bit. So good job waiting it out, guys, but it's not getting that easy follow through that we're hoping for here yet, right? Still a little bit choppy. Maybe could have held on to that just a little bit longer. Or giving myself more room to breathe on that stop loss. But choppy conditions kind of make for nervy participants. Nice work, Sue. So good entries, guys. Maybe just got shaken out. Annoying, right? Now 30%, but it's the way it goes. Pretty happy that we're just stacking them up, guys. That's all that matters. Right, 2 for 2 in choppy conditions. Finding good setups, finding good plays. Maybe not huge follow through, right? Maybe not huge wins. But hey, green is green, and they all add up here pretty quick. Right, we just got to keep compounding good decisions, right? So not too bad. Couple small little wins, no complaints. Hopefully you guys are all green as well. That's what we wait for, right? That's what we wait for, always. Patience always pays. Patience always pays. Hope I give you guys enough information about when I'm waiting out, right? I know that the entry target here was a little bit aggressive and we just waited, right? We waited, and eventually it paid us out and we got that perfect entry. We kind of top ticked it, right? Or bottom ticked it, I should say. So that gives us the best chance, right? When we have a nervy market like this, we kind of get an overreaction when we blow through levels. And that goes in both directions. And so we're just fucking around on this midline here a little bit. Sorry, my language. We're not getting a ton of clean follow through, but we're not exactly not here either. Look at SPY, right? SPY setting back up here again for a high of day breakout. We just want that insurance for that high of day. So what's a reasonable target here? Is use 15 min bands or 30 min bands here. Okay, so we got 405, we'll call it. We're risking 80 cents for $3, right? 3 to 1 risk reward. I can get behind that. So again, let's go back to SPY here. Again, I'm going to look at those 410 calls because that volume is the best. Stop loss is 401. So who can do the delta here, right? So about 90 cents on a $2.20 contract. So again, right, catch your breath here a little bit. Still not in. All right, guys, I'm in. Average price 215. Average price 215. So let's see if this thing can give us some quick follow through here again, right? Want to get that quick pop, lock in some profit, and then see if we can get some follow through. And take off 1/5 of my position at about that 230 area if we can get there. Couple cents now. So let's see if this thing can run up here. Just missed a fill by like a penny, I think. At that 230, so maybe a little bit too aggressive. Okay, see if we can give us to it here. Look how much action we started getting all of a sudden. Yeah, so far green on all of the plays here, JJ. So far green on all the plays. We're in another SPY play here at the moment. Just didn't have time to throw out the alert, so apologies. In another SPY play, average price 215. Try and take a little bit more profit here off in a penny if we can get there. Man, another failure. That's a little bit nervy. Okay, let's see if this thing can go. I don't like that. Had a couple attempts here and struggled a little bit. So again, a little bit annoyed, I would say. Current price, 211 on these contracts. Average price, 215. Now, 212, 213, 214. So we're still in play. Just don't like how long it's taking. I don't like that it tested and then sold off. It was 1 penny away both times. Maybe it was too greedy. Still in play here. Okay, back above entry price. So let's see if this thing can give us that big follow through here. Now, again, gonna try to take some off at that 230 area if I can. I'm gonna take off more this time. I'm gonna take off about 1/3 of my position. Just because it's teasing more. So I want to be a bit more aggressive in my take profit here. Fuck, 2 cents away again. It's coming, it's coming. All right, there we go, guys. Locked in some profit there at that 230, about 1/3 of my position. Stop loss now on my remainder is going to be at 220. 220 stop loss on my remainder. I'm going to look to take a little bit more off here in a second. Looking great, though, everyone. Looking great on this play. Let's go. Hopefully a few of you guys are in this as well. Next take profit, going to take off about 1/3 of my remainder here at this 250. Oh, shit. There we go, guys. Now my stop loss here on my remainder is going to be at 235. 235 stop loss. And let's see if this thing can really push up here. But turning into a really, really nice trade all of a sudden. Let's go. Big, big day here, guys. Congratulations to everyone who caught this. Stop loss on my remainder here. 235. 235 stop loss. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Let me know if you guys caught this. Let's go, Trevor. That's awesome. Congratulations. Hopefully you're protecting entry, right? Let's go, Richard. That's awesome. Great job, everyone. Nice, Antonio. That's fantastic. Love to hear that. Congratulations. Great start to your DTR fam. No worries, Jason. No worries. Market's not going anywhere. You've seen what it's like. You've seen what it's like. So now let's see if this thing can keep going for us here, guys. But we're in great shape. Let's go, Michael. Let's go. That's fantastic. So for those of you who are DTR guests here today, I trade like this day in, day out with my members, Monday through Friday, every single day of the trading week, from 9 to 4 every single day. And we talk through all our plays like this all the time. So if you want to join, right, you want to see what it's like to become a member and experience the DTR advantage, you can join. The link is down in the description below. You can get started for $1. And if I can't turn you into a winning trader in 90 days or less, I'll give you your money back. So get started for $1, see what it's like, get full member perms, trade with us for $1, and then you'll be able to join and trade like this. I trade Wednesdays for free every single day, or every single week, every Wednesday, and then I do 4 streams a week privately for my members, exclusively for members. We're killing it here, guys, right? Great day. Let's go, Cud. Sorry, I don't know your first name. Apologies. Glad you came from the penny lane. That was a lot of fun. It's what we trade like every single day, right? We wait, we're patient, we wait for our entries, we snipe them, and then we take advantage of everything else from there. So great job, everyone. Right, still stop loss here, 235 on my remainder. Gonna see if I can take some more off, maybe like 275-ish. Maybe that's a bit greedy. But really, really happy with this. Don't really need to do anything else besides watch this lottery ticket rock and roll. So for those of you who want to join, right, here's the link. Get started for $1. We'd love to have you in the DTR fam, and you could trade with me like this day in, day out. Great job, everybody. Fun session. Best job in the world. Yeah, so I've got all my sort of educational material on like what the delta is and all the Greeks and all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, right, the best way to learn how to trade options is spend like a week on sim, learning how they price, getting used to their volatility, figuring out how they move, and then learning how to calculate your position sizing. Options are really good, but they punish you if your risk management is really bad. And so that's why our number one focus is always that risk management. Why we talk about calculating our position sizing, why we always map out everything before it happens. Because that gives us the best then, or highest probability of us getting that, turning trading into a numbers game essentially. So that's what we're trying to do here. Constantly, I do have a bunch of documents in the members Discord. Happy to share those with you guys all. No issues there. But it's more of a learn how to do it. Sorry, C4, I don't really understand your question. I'd love to hear that, Wheatley. Love to hear that. When you join, you should get a welcome email. They'll give you instructions on how to get into the Discord. If for whatever reason it doesn't show up in like 15 minutes or doesn't show up in your spam folder or whatever, let me know and I'll get you in there. So let's see if we can get to that next take profit here, guys. Like I said, 275 on my remaining half. I'm going to take off half of what I have left here at 275. If we can get there, hope we can. And then going to see if we can keep running this thing up. But this is turning into a great play. Fantastic little trade. Best job in the world. My God, best job in the world. Okay, so watching here, it's going to take some off. 275 take profit target here, so 5 cents away. But Nothing to do here besides just watch this thing keep rolling up. Stop loss is still probably going to push it up a little bit here. 250 stop loss. If I can get take profit, it's going to be 250 stop loss. And let's see if this thing can keep going. Still in, right? Stop loss is still 235. Stop loss is still 235. But looks like we're getting a little bit of a rejection here. Just under that that area. So I think I'm going to maybe try to get myself out here in a sec. Alright, guys, I'm out. I just don't like that rejection. So I'm out. Save myself probably a couple bucks. Nothing crazy. But awesome, awesome day, right? Fantastic start. Let's go. That was a lot of fun. Great trading, everybody. Great trading. So, only reason I don't like the rejection rate, when we make that lower low, it's just not really a huge indication of that bullish momentum. Right? And so, if we're losing that momentum, we don't have that opportunity. Right? When we make that lower low, we just kind of struggle. Nice, John. Well, much appreciated. You should get yourself a welcome email here in a second with the Discord link. And you'll have all the documents in there. Just check your spam folder, your promotions folder, all that kind of stuff. Sometimes it gets lost. But welcome to the DTR fam, man. Glad you joined. Glad to have you. And yeah, here to help you try to learn as much as possible. So please don't ever hesitate to ask questions or to do whatever. I'm here to help and here to get you to be profitable as soon as you can. Let's go, Jesus. Let's go. You're killing it, dude. How long have you been with us now, Jesus? Like a week, week and a half? You're killing it, man. That's awesome. Absolutely fantastic. Really, really well done. And look, guys, we did pretty well, right? Saving ourselves a few extra bucks there. Maybe that 275 was a little bit aggressive, but we had a lottery ticket, so we didn't have to be too composed, right? We didn't have to be too composed. God, that was fun. Well, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna put too many words in your mouth here, but I'm guessing you're playing my stuff, right? Dude, you're playing those setups. So 7.5%, 8.4%, and 16% wins today. No complaints. I love to hear that, Michael. That is fantastic feedback. Much appreciated. And I'm glad that you're finding a lot of value in it. I'm glad I'm able to help you guys out. That makes me really happy too. And stoked that you guys are all learning, stoked that you guys are all improving, and thrilled that you guys are all banking, right? So that's fantastic. Love to hear it. And just such a difference, right? When we focus on that risk management, we make that our priority, and we just turn trading into a numbers game. It becomes so much, so much more fun. Because it's like we have an edge. We have a strategy that we know works. We have a system that we know works. And so we just set ourselves up where every time we go to the ATM, 70% of the times we get money. Yeah, they definitely would have been more volatile, Jesus. Absolutely. But that's okay, right? Make things your own, right? The principles are risk management principles, not anything else. And look, guys, we definitely saved ourselves a ton of money on that SPY, right? Caught a little move, quick little 17%, 16%, whatever it was. On to the next one. Thank you, JJ. I'm glad you said that. It's really kind. You guys are making me feel too good. All right, I'm just going to go clear my head a little bit. That was a really fun 3 trades in a row. And so I'm just a little bit, for lack of a better term, a little bit jacked up. So I'm going to go do some push-ups. Just spend like a few minutes just sort of settling back down. And I'll be back in a few minutes here, guys. Yeah, all these so like the way you learn and the way you get better at doing these things is by repetition, right? I'm like a monkey see, monkey do learner personally. This is the way I was taught, right? And so when I worked at the hedge fund, it's the way I was taught how to trade. I sat beside a senior trader and I annoyed the shit out of him. I asked him every question I could possibly think of, whole 9 yards, to sort of get all the information I was looking for. And that's how I learned how to trade, how I learned to close positions, to not trade my P&L, to not do any of those sort of things. So you learn by doing, you learn by seeing. So that's sort of the service I try to provide to a certain extent. I mean, look, patience is something that I had to learn. Like, I'm not a patient person in like real life. I guess that's maybe the point. But with trading, right, we can't let doing what's fun trick us into doing what's not profitable. I was just taught how to trade on the SPY. So no specific reason. Ooh, a little bit. Maybe wish it was just a little bit closer, maybe this midline here on that BB. 15 min vol, maybe a little bit big too. Like this 15 min pullback kind of makes me not want to trust this 5 min one. Where I feel like this just invalidates this signal just a little bit, Jesus, if that makes sense. It's also cheaper. H just to finish off. It's definitely more advantageous in that context, but yeah, I don't make any trading decisions for tax purposes. That's like way beyond my pay grade. I pay someone to do my taxes for me and just send them a stack of paperwork every April, and they just have a terrible time for a couple weeks. Look, I'm not a patient person by nature either, Seifer, right? But it's about, but in trading, we have to be, right? So either are patient and we make good decisions, or we die trying. Yeah, someone else maybe got a bid before you. They were in queue before you, JJ. That would be my best bet. So Trevor, what I was taught at the hedge fund was risk management, essentially, right? I was taught how to not blow up. That was the first thing that I was essentially taught. And then from there, you gotta remember, when you go into a trade, or when you go to trade for an institutional company, hedge fund or a bank or whatever, you're not trading your own ideas. You're trading the fund's ideas. So the way it would shape up for me is I would get an email, and the email would tell me what our entry target is, what our exit target was, and it was my job to get a better entry than that and a better exit than whatever we were thinking, whatever our algos were saying was correct or what they wanted to do. So that's where I had the discretion. I didn't have the discretion to like trade a strategy like this. What I was taught was a few things, and they were all sort of volume candlestick based. And so because I was trading like $40 million positions, I couldn't just enter on anything. I had to be really cautious with my entries, and I had to be really sneaky with my entries to sort of hide our position sizing. And so the way we did that was to enter on high volume candles, right, with full body strength, because then it's easier to sort of hide your sizing. The thing that I would get scolded at the most was being more than 5% of market volume. So our base calculations were that if you're ever more than 5% of volume, you couldn't get out without any slippage. And so we always wanted to avoid that as much as possible. And so slippage is just a pain in the ass, and it stings. It's embarrassing. And so if 100 shares were traded, I could only be 5 of those shares. And so in reality, right, the only way I'm going to be able to get $40 million off in a day is if I'm entering on high volume candles, right, that show me strength. So those core principles are very much a foundation of what my strategy is now. But yeah, what I was taught there was more like market structure things, how markets behave, technical analysis to a certain extent, and then like timing trades. The strategy itself, we had like, I don't know, 1 million different signals, right? Maybe it's a bit of an exaggeration, but we had probably 1,000 different signals, and they all would optimize together to try to create our optimal portfolio. And so however they were working all together, it's kind of hard to tell to a certain extent. But the core principles of entering and hiding in volume, right? Snakes like to hide in tall grass kind of thing. That's really what the emphasis was on. And then when I decided to quit, I spent a little bit of time figuring out how to apply that into a retail context. The reality is these days, right, post 2008, there is no proprietary element at hedge funds anymore or banks. I see a lot of people saying that there is, but there isn't. You're not going to give some graduate, fresh off the, the government teat. You're not going to give them access to unlimited exposure in an $11 billion portfolio, right? It's just not going to happen. So there's just a lot more risk controls now in place than anything. If you really want to start taking risk or you want to go risk on, you get there eventually, but you have to become like a portfolio manager. And usually that's like 10, 15, 20 years into your career, maybe a little bit shorter. But this idea of there being like a big proprietary element in hedge funds or banks just doesn't exist, and people bullshit that pretty aggressively. It just doesn't happen anymore. So like the golden age of trading for a long time, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but I love trading. My first job was on a prop desk, and so there was trading my own ideas, trading my own strategy, doing my own little thing. But I had a $2,500 account that had 500 to 1 leverage. So if I lost money, I didn't actually lose that much money. But that, the way they managed the risk was they kept it so small, right? $2,500 portfolio, maybe you're making like $250 a day. They're never going to scale that too much bigger. But so when I went to a hedge fund, I was like, it felt like the golden age of trading had finished, where like you heard all these stories about guys in the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s about what trading was like at a bank or what trading was like at a hedge fund. And it was totally different than that. It was a lot more methodical. It was a lot more controlled. It was a lot less Wolf of Wall Street. And to a certain extent, when you're young and dumb, that's kind of what you hope or what you want to kind of be your job. And that just wasn't really the reality anymore. But then I think it's kind of funny. Like now I think that like I'm in the golden age of retail trading, where there's never been more liquidity. There's never been more retail brokers with direct access. There's never been more tech that allows me to replicate the advantage that hedge funds have or that banks have. And so I was like really bitter for a long time that it wasn't maybe the job that I was sold, but then trading for myself and like having this side of things, I kind of like feel like I'm back in a renaissance period a little bit. And it's been, yeah, it's been so much fun. For lack of a better term, it's been so much fun. So, yeah, I didn't necessarily expect retail to be like this, but it's sort of what I thought trading was going to be. Hey, Jonathan, how you doing? Yeah, it's kind of what I thought trading was going to be like when I got like a big time trading job. Did you have yourself a good day trading here so far, Jonathan? Or any plays, any action? Yeah, I live in Canada. I do have desires to live in the States, but yeah, trying to get my business up to a point where I can make the move down. It's getting close. Probably can do it pretty soon. But yeah, I dream of. It's unlucky. Yeah, I lived in the UK for a while, and that's where I was based as an EU citizen. And then Brexit happened, and yeah, I kind of got kicked out of the country a little bit. Like my employer was super pro Brexit, and I was not because I was only in the UK because of my right as an EU citizen. And so it was tough to keep working for them. So that's why essentially I quit. And yeah, then the pandemic happened, whole 9 yards. But yeah, I dream of living in the States. Phoenix area probably, or like Arizona is, for whatever reason, I feel the calling there. I don't know why. Yeah. I mean, I feel like everyone's migrated out of California. Yeah, really good day so far, Jonathan. 3 for 3 here, three nice little trades. 8% win, 7.5% win, and 16% win. Yeah, I actually almost went to school in Arizona. I had a lacrosse scholarship offer to a school there when I was going out finishing high school, and school was a piece of shit. It was Grand Canyon University, but yeah, I had an offer for a scholarship there to play lacrosse, and just never. Yeah, it wasn't the right educational opportunity for me, so I didn't take it. But when I was there, I just totally fell in love with the place. I mean, I don't know about you, Damon, but it snowed for me here 2 weeks ago, and so like I would love the heat. I would love some heat. Yeah, the taxes in California are too expensive now, right? Like you're paying 50% if you're a high earner, and then the housing is ridiculously expensive. You have a crazy homeless problem. Like California probably would have been the dream 10 years ago, but things have changed. That's sick, Matthew. Do you miss it? I know you're an East Coast guy now. It's a different type of heat to what you have, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things you could do, right? Yeah, I feel you, Matthew. Feel free to send me a DM, man. Been there too. It's a good answer, Trevor. It's a good answer. I just like I'm a mountains person. I love the mountains. So maybe like a I don't know, maybe like a Flagstaff or something like that in the summers when it's crazy hot would be the move. But I'm getting ahead of myself here a little bit. Yeah, I live in Montreal. Yeah, Colorado's great. I mean, Boulder would be fun, but forest fires there get kind of like ridiculous. So I like to run. And so if like, yeah, the mountains closed in the summer to run, if I couldn't run the trails, I'd be pretty gutted. But if I could, no, maybe I'm getting too personal for you guys here, but I'd be really happy if I could run the Grand Canyon once a month. I feel like that would be just like peak life. Yeah, that's fair, Matthew. That is fair. That's what I do when it's minus 25 here. So minus 25 Celsius, nothing else I can do. Yeah, no place is perfect, right? Everywhere is a compromise. So it's just all about finding what your version of perfect is. Oh man, I went for a run this year. It's like minus 25, blizzard conditions, crazy snow, and there's a little park near where I live called it's called Mount Royal. It's like 250 meters of elevation, something like that. Nothing crazy, but I had the whole thing to myself. It's like this, I don't know, maybe 300, 400 acre park in the middle of the city, and I was the only one on there. And I gotta tell you, like, I felt like such a superstar, like such a superhero. Like I could do anything after that run. I mean, my chest was fucking frozen for like a week after, but I felt like such a superhero. Like I could accomplish anything. Let's go, Rusty. Let's go. This little pullback candle here, that 1110. That's sick, dude. Which puts? Let's go, Rusty. That's a huge one. You're killing it. Already up like $2. That's sick. Rusty's one of the OG DTR members. He's been with us for a while. And absolute phenomenal trader now. It's awesome to see. Just about a year. Literally just over a year. Yeah, started it. I mean, we had pretty serious lockdowns here in Quebec, in Montreal, and so yeah, I started when it seemed like COVID was never going to end. So I decided to stop drinking and start working a bit more. Damn, Rusty, I'm jealous with your entry. That's a sick trade. Do not a bad place to be. If you get stopped out protecting 20%, you're laughing. Did you catch any of the action this morning? Yeah, could be. Not a bad volume pace, right? 2.5 minutes into this candle. Probably going to finish around here. That's not bad. We need to see how this candle closes, but good eye, Jesus. Good eye. Well, I think you made up for it there, Rusty. Caught about the same on the way down, so that's pretty sick either way. Okay, so let's see how this candle closes, but maybe a little bit too strong of a candle. Yeah, I would say just a little bit too strong of a candle shape there, Jesus. Tesla, not outlier on the breakdown, so probably not going to chase anything here going into lunch. Just not worth it. Not enough volume. Not enough volume on this setup. Right, so if this was like outlier and give me that big pop, I'd be a lot more interested in it. But nothing here tells me that there's like an unusual amount of strength to the downside here. Good question. So that's a great question. In general, I kind of use like multi-time frame analysis. So daily time frames or daily setups for all my sort of plans. And then if we're dealing with like a choppy market or range bound market, right? Today we have inside bar here, right? When we get that, then I use Bollinger Bands on 15, 35. And then whatever one gives me sort of the best risk reward ratio. So I like to use the shorter time frames to go with like the trend continuation, right? Find the pattern or the entry or the setup that sort of confirms the long-term trend I see on the daily. And I'll use the 5, 15, or 30. Recently, I've been using the 5 a lot more with these pullback entries, but it changes. Just like, I think it's also just because of the pace of this market. We're not getting a ton of like 2-hour moves or 3-hour moves. We're getting a lot of like 25, 30-minute moves. And so maybe a bit easier to find those with the 5. Just to find that right entry point, I guess. But I don't do any of my analysis on these shorter time frames. So it's just for getting that right risk reward target, getting that as sniped of an entry as I can.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So it doesn't feel like we've missed out on too much here, everyone. Right? No real good setups now to the upside. Not going to be chasing anything going into this lunchtime period. Pretty nice session here so far, right? 3 for 3. So not going to be rushing. Not going to be rushing. Not going to be doing anything nuts. Just happy protecting a pretty nice green day here, right? So now what our objective is, or what our priority should be, is to make sure that whatever happens here rest of the day, we're sizing down so that we finish green, right? We don't give anything up. We don't give anything away. We don't give away all that hard work we spent all that time on, right? So that's going to be the number one priority here now. I'm not going to be taking any further trades for a little bit. Probably going to take off for lunch here in a second. There's just very limited value, in my opinion, right, in now chasing when the volume disappears and the volatility disappears, right? VIX is still extremely elevated. It's above 30, right? 30 spots, 7, 8. So these contracts are just going to decay like crazy here. And we're not going to be in too much of a rush, right? So that's probably going to be it for me for now. I should be back for around that 1:30 time frame like always. Going to go do some exercise, eat some food, and kind of reset a little bit here. But that was a really fun session. Hopefully we can find a little bit else here this afternoon. But like I said, number one priority now here is to size down and protect what is a really strong green day. So we'll be back at it, like I said, around that 1:30 time frame. If you have any questions, hit me up on Twitter, Discord, email, wherever you found me, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. But fair warning, I'm going to be out running, so it might take a little bit longer than expected. So I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. Be back for around that 1:30 time frame.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So back from lunch here, everybody. Sorry, just catching up on some of the chat there. We had a couple stuff alert over that lunch period, right? Microsoft gave us that rejection, and what else? What was it? Sorry, and QQQ, right? Both gave us that sort of lower low, but no setup trigger here as of yet. Maybe here would have been interesting, but still gonna be really patient, right? What we need now before we chase after anything else is that volume standard to return, right? So we talk about this all the time. It's really hard for us to trust these short-term time frames when the long-term time frame is thin volume. Something like Apple, right? We can look at shorter-term time frames because that volume is so exceptional here on the 30. Tesla, you probably get away with it. Microsoft, no. NVDA, no. AMD, no. So Apple certainly could be setting something up here, but we still want to remain just a little bit cautious. We've got space towards that 148 as our next level, but we should probably map this thing out and just make sure we have something underneath, right? So looks like we probably go right this area of resistance here. So 147.30 and then that 146.30. So let's just map that out for ourselves just in case. Just so we don't have to do any heavy lifting here on any of these setups if they want to come together. I still want to maybe just catch our breath here a little bit. VIX seems to be climbing back up 32.62, and Treasury selling off here after making pretty aggressive highs. So a little bit of a divergence there. Slows me down just a little bit. But we're going to be cautious here, see where that volume standard wants to step in, defend, and then we'll have an opportunity to take advantage of something. SPY, if it could break down, that would be the best laggard play, if that makes sense. But we'll be cautious here still. Already mentioned it, I think, or at least I hope I did. Really strong morning, right? 3 for 3. So really no objective here to get too aggressive with my trading or be chasing after things that aren't there or to be hunting after setups that aren't there. None of that kind of stuff, right? If something comes together, I'm going to be sizing down significantly, basically so that whatever happens, I'm not giving away all that hard-earned P&L here today, right? It's more important that we compound green days than we compound green trades, right? Green days turn into green weeks turn into green months turn into green years. So that's what we're going for here, right? What can often be very challenging for us as traders is in the moment, it's really hard for us to think about what's best for our account tomorrow, right? We make decisions based on the perception of what we think is best for our account today or best for our account in the moment. And what is best for our account in the moment is rarely what's best for it tomorrow. So be sizing down here, protect yourself from yourself. Don't give anything up, right? We've had a pretty aggressive move down here on some of these names. So a lot of these moves could be a little bit extended, right? They could be a little bit sort of rowdy to a certain extent now. And we're just not going to get super easy follow through here, right? Potentially, and still maybe kind of dealing with that nervous market. So I'm not in a rush to do anything. I'm not in a rush to overtrade. And I'm certainly not in a rush to force plays that aren't there. Pretty happy with today's price action. Pretty happy with how I traded. And so, like I said, just not going to force things that aren't there. So we'll see how things shape up. We'll see how things come together. But for now, nothing that's quite a plus. With Tesla on watch, for sure, if it can give me a reasonable looking pullback on thin vol. I don't like how these 5 main candles, the 2 big bars here are green, right? So even though this 30 min looks pretty good, it's a little bit of a deceptive 30 min maybe profile. So I want to just be a little bit cautious. Facebook maybe giving us a little bit of a bear flag here on the 15 and the 30. This 15 kind of looks interesting. Could be an interesting spot here for a rejection, right? Look for an entry here, right? Stop loss here, right? Something like that could be potentially in play. But then again, right, we still need to map this thing back down. 187. So we'll go 188, 187. So we have a little bit of space under that 190 area. But again, right, still just want to be a little bit cautious, a little bit skeptical. Just really want to be patient here, guys, right? Really want to be patient. So not much for now. We're going to be watching, though. Tesla on watch, Facebook on watch. And maybe one of these will give us a look. Okay, so I'll keep an eye on the SPY volume here as well. Not the greatest, right? Not the greatest yet. So we'd like to see maybe just a little bit more enthusiasm here. Right, we want that outlier pop because then it tells us a lot of people are interested in this idea. Otherwise, it's hard for us to feel confident. Like the metaphor I like using, or analogy I like using, simile I like using, is if I was going to a party and they were turning down the volume as I got there, hard for me to feel like I'm going to have a good time dancing if the music's getting shut off, right? So it's kind of the same idea here with our volume profile when we're trading, right? When we make that setup breakdown or we make that sort of lower low in this context, we want to see that volume getting turned up like we're going to be getting party time here a little bit. And so we don't really have that enthusiasm here. Yeah, okay, it's a little bit, bigger. It's a slight increasing volume bar, but it's not like how do I put this? I could still hear people talking. You know what I mean? Like if you're at a club and it's loud and you're like really dancing, you can't hear what the person beside you is saying, like you're screaming into their ear. I can hear what the person beside me is saying on this volume, if that makes a little bit of sense. We want to see a bit more enthusiasm here. We want to see a little bit more rowdiness in this price action before we have conviction that this actual idea is correct, right? Our confirmation is our hedge that our technical analysis is correct, right? Otherwise, it's just lines on a chart that we don't really know why they're there, or we're not really like sure why they're happening, right? Our expectation at these levels is that we're expecting a reaction, right? We're expecting either bulls to step in and defend or bears to step in and break down. And so when we see them step in, right, we need to see them step in with volume. And we don't quite have that here yet. So I want to remain just a little bit cautious until we do. Right, even on this 5-min, we didn't get anything that's even greater than this, say, like 1320. So just kind of a sneaky lunchtime sell, I think, for now still. Not really a trade for me here. So still not really anything in play here, guys, right? We're still going to be patient. That's kind of like, this would be the right volume profile, but this is the wrong candle shape for us. So a little bit sneaky here. Not much for me to be super interested in yet. Yeah, it's been a pretty nasty sell. But, I mean, nice little spot to add to the long term, I think. Yeah, it really depends on your time horizon. Right, but what do we got in the week here? Now, 2.5% down on the week. Yeah, I mean, trying to pick a bottom is kind of a fool's game, to be honest, JJ. We'll spend more time, losing money trying to chase bottoms than we will just dollar cost averaging into long-term positions. Now, for myself, like my long-term portfolio strategy is every 2% dip I'm interested in adding. So yeah, it's like a dollar cost average situation here. So now down 2.5% on the week, right? What is this over the last month? All right, from these highs, like we're down 20%. Like that's pretty nice little discount to get into. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. But I never play anything same day expiration. It's a little bit like we can't be swinging for home runs, right? Big wins come from a simple, consistent, repeatable process. So we can't be looking at things saying, "Oh shit, like it could have gone, oh like we could have made 1,000% here or whatever." Like it's a fool's game to play that way. Better to swing for singles, right? Get on base consistently than it is to try to go for it all. The reality is right, you're never going to hold it out through that volatility anyway, right? There's so many spots in between where you just lock in profit and you bank. But, those big ones happen, but they happen from kind of getting a bit lucky, right? Kind of getting that right set up at the right time. But trying to swing for 1,000%, trying to swing for 100% or whatever, all you do is you create yourself unrealistic expectations of what this life is. Or what, trading can provide. 10% win a day will change your life, right? It's better to just compound those gains and, focus on that. And then, every now and then you're going to have a big one or a big run or whatever. But just can't have those You can't be trying for that, I don't think. I don't think it's a very realistic expectation. This was the most recent, right, pump and dump by Zach Morris and that crew, eh? Jesus. Any of you guys follow him or any of you guys trade his shit? Good man, Matthew. Good man. Oh, he's just, he gives people a bad name. He must have, like, a lot of people got killed here. Jesus. Let's see what he's tweeting about it today. Just 25 different chains and looking like an absolute fucking douchebag. In reality, right, anyone who sells you a lifestyle, sells you Miami or wherever, yeah, anyone who sells you a lifestyle, sells you the Cabo life, the big booty girls in your face lifestyle, they're not teaching you how to trade. They're trying to sucker you in so they could create liquidity to get out of their promos or whatever however they got their shares. Super shady. What was the chat room? Do you know? Or do you mind saying? Oh, I think there may be, here's my theory, right? If you can't describe it to a 5-year-old, then you probably don't know it well enough to be able to teach, right? There's my personal theory. So they maybe appear to be good traders, but I would maybe make the argument that they're picking and choosing or selectively good. I'll be very honest with you. In my day, I've never met someone who's naturally a good trader. Never. I don't think it exists, because the way to be a good trader, it's so contrary to so many of our natural human habits. So, yeah. It's got nothing to do with intelligence. Emotional intelligence, sure, but emotional intelligence and book smarts are totally different things. I've never met anyone, I've just never seen anyone who right from day one or first week is profitable and never struggles or never goes whatever. It is a hard game, but it's a hard game because you're playing against yourself, right? You're not trying to fight the market. You're trying to fight you. Trying to fight your bad habits. Depends on how these real estate investment trusts are structured. Traditionally, the move for fighting inflation is commodities. Hey, Jed. Yeah, so it's a sliding scale depending on what the stop loss needs to be. So the larger the stop loss, the smaller my position. I have a little risk management cheat sheet here that goes how much I'm willing to go. So my full or max position size is 10% of my account, because I never want to allow myself to lose more than 1% of my account per trade. So 10% sizing with a 10% stop loss equals 1%. So if I have to do anything bigger than a 10% stop loss, I'm sizing down. 15% stop loss, right, is 2/3 of my max position sizing. Say I'm risk $1,000 a trade, right, then 2/3 is $666, give or take. And then if I have to go 20% stop loss, I'm half of my max position size. And then lotto is really as small as I can basically stomach. So it does vary per trade, just depending on what the stop loss needs to be. Ultimately, the objective is to make sure that if I take a loss, every loss is the same. Yeah, no worries. My pleasure. Not great volume there yet on that NVIDIA, but this 15 could get interesting. So still want to wait. If you want to check out my performance, I've got a little performance tracker. Give me a sec. Everything that I basically been updating my P&L for like a year on there. That's it. Ah, fuck's sake. Alright, one sec. Sorry about these comments. Uh... Yeah, we still could use a pullback here. I mean, NVIDIA had the right candle, wrong volume combo. AMD, right candle, wrong volume. So we just got to be a little bit patient. Remember, guys, we've had a great day, right? 3 for 3 here on the session. So it's not really too much pressure here to trade or too much enthusiasm to trade. Rather, just be really cautious and protect a nice green day. Nothing here yet, Trevor. Still waiting for that right sort of candle, but nothing there for me yet. Facebook, I have mixed signals on because this candle scares me a little bit. Microsoft, I would say, looks relatively stronger, or maybe like the better setup. But I wouldn't say they're super enthusiastic on either of them. Yeah, I think that's the right attitude. It's not worth the punt here to give away. Things are a little bit extended, still a little bit nervy. Sitting on a nice green day, why risk it, right? So, I think probably the right decision to avoid these for now. Just not giving us the right look. So, being really cautious here. Feel like we're not missing out on anything. Kind of suspicious timing on that sell-off, right? You hate to see it over lunch. So, don't think we missed out on too much here, unfortunately, or fortunately. I don't know how you want to describe it. Just didn't feel correct to me. And happy to be batting 1,000 today, right? No problems there. I'll take that all day long. Still don't think we've missed out on too much here, guys. I'm on hands. I've got the Chelsea game on in the background, so just kind of watching. If something comes up, right, we'll be ready to take advantage of it, but not really having the conditions we want right now. So not really in a rush to risk a green day. Very happy with today's performance, right? 3 for 3. Nothing too wrong with that, but hopefully we can still find a strong setup or two here. James, if you're in the stream here and watching, you should get a welcome email. It could be in like your spam folder or your promotions folder, whatever you use. If you don't get it for some reason, let me know, and you can figure out a way to send me a message, and we can kind of get you into the Discord. But it can take up to 15 minutes. So let me know if you get it. We'll get you members to perms and into the Discord. But welcome to the DTR fam. So far I feel pretty justified in not chasing any of this afternoon action, right? Not quite the right look for us here yet. Not the right volume profiles either. Good, creeping up towards that outlier, right? But not getting like the right signal, right? So we want increasing outlier volume, bullish engulfing candles, right? If we're going to call these bottoms. Not quite there yet, so we need a little bit more information. Maybe we can get something into power hour, but sorry, someone just distracted me a little bit with a great gif. So we'll see if something sets up, but I'm not too motivated. Not too motivated to throw my money away is what I mean.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So still not too much is changing here. Have a chance to maybe go bearish engulfing candle, bearish engulfing on volume on some of these setups, which could open up that sort of power hour sell-off that we're waiting for potentially. But nothing's quite in play for me here yet, so I'd rather be cautious and patient. Sitting on a nice green day, right? A little bit of action here this morning. We had about, I don't know, 35, 40 minutes of kind of madness, and then, things slowed down here a little bit. That's okay, right? We found our winners. We found our plays. We just don't need to overtrade now in this context. We don't need to force anything. We don't need to rush anything that isn't there. So let's continue to just control the variables that we can control. Remember, right, as traders, we don't get paid for our time. We get paid for our decisions. So let's make sure that we're continually putting ourselves in a situation where we're making the best decision possible. That means you have to walk away. That means you have to switch to a SIM account to prevent yourself from trading. If that means you have to, pour ice on yourself to feel something, then do that, right? The market's not going anywhere, but your account will if you start making bad decisions. So we want to compound gains. We want to compound good habits. We want to compound good decisions. All those things stack up to make life-changing or life-altering outcomes for us. So it's not going to happen for us overnight, but it will over the course of a year, or over the course of 6 months, or over the course of a couple years. And so we can't cheat ourselves, right, of those future gains. So for now, still being relatively patient, still being relatively cautious. I don't see anything that's got my name on it here yet. And we'll see if something comes together. But I'm not in a rush here to do anything. And we'll see if something sets up. But like I said, don't feel like that's probably going to happen here. I don't know why the porn bots are hitting us. Please don't click those links, guys. Nice work, Jed. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. If you want to trade with us full time, you can join at DTR Trading or daytradinglivestream.com/join. The link is down there in the description below. Otherwise, feel free to reach out anytime. Always here to help you answer questions. But glad you had a great day. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for joining. Yeah, good question, Trevor. So I don't have a. If I'm green, like if I'm hitting winners, I don't really have a number. But I don't allow myself to ever go 0 for 3. So if I strike out, that's it. I call it. I don't play anything else. So yeah, if I start the day off 0 for 3, just not for me. I'm not going to put myself further on tilt and then try to force something. On the day today or like your personal rule? Yeah, okay, yeah. So it's just the same thing. Like, I don't know. I usually find that by the time I'm 0 for 2, if I've taken 2 max losses in a row, then like taking that third trade is hard for me anyway. But yeah, if I go 0 for 3, I'm done. Maybe NVIDIA here if it can hold up. But tough volume pace. I don't know if we'll get there with 2 minutes to go. So I'd say probably too much volume on that Facebook. Not the right candle there for us on that pullback on NVIDIA. So not really anything yet still, unfortunately. Yeah, it's been a little bit of a, slashing across the board. But again, right, just a tough environment for us to find that clean entry. We had 3 trades today, though, right? So busier than average. So realistic with the environment, but most of our actions generally in the first, morning session, right? First 90 minutes of the day, give or take. There was no real outlier to that today. Since then, I haven't really had too much clean price action for us to chase after, at least not A+ setups, and that's okay. I would consider myself a momentum trader, right? Where the candlesticks and volume, when they combined, they show me momentum in the security. So support and resistance with momentum. That would be how I would describe myself. So I won't be placing any further trades here, guys. That's it. Recam's going to kill the stream here. Thank you so much to everyone who joined for DTR Wednesday. Hopefully you guys had a ton of fun today and banked as well. For those of you who are still here and want to become DTR members, you can get started with DTR for only $1. And that'll be for like a week trial. Then if you want to see what it's like after that, you're more than welcome to stick along. I offer a money back guarantee where if I can't turn you into a winning trader in 90 days or less, you get your money back. But a lot of fun. We trade like this day in, day out. And so if you guys want to join, would love to have you full time. Otherwise, have yourselves a fantastic rest of the afternoon. And members, talk to you guys all tomorrow. Everyone else, we'll see you guys next week for the next DTR Wednesday. Same deal like always. If you have any questions outside of market hours, hit me up on Twitter, Discord, email, the likes. And I'll get back to you as soon as I see it. So have yourselves a great rest of the afternoon, guys. And talk to you all tomorrow. Peace.